This meeting of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors will please come to order. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Director Garcia.
Present.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Here.
Director Jackson is absent and excused this evening. Director Leonard.
Present.
Director O'Halloran.
Here.
Director Seamson.
Present.
Director Zomber.
Present.
And Chair Herndon.
Present. The chair will now ask the secretary to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair invites any members of the audience who wish to participate to do so, and asks that those who do not wish to participate please remain silent during the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We acknowledge that Milwaukee lies on traditional Menominee, Potawatomi, and Ho-Chunk homeland along the southwest shores of Lake Michigan, part of North America's largest system of freshwater lakes. On this site, the Milwaukee, Menominee, and Kinnickinnic rivers meet, and the people of Wisconsin's Menominee, Ojibwa, Ho-Chunk, Oneida, and Mohegan sovereign nations remain present to this day. This meeting is being conducted in person from the Central Services Building. This meeting is also being broadcast on WYMS, Radio 88.9 FM, and via live stream on the MPS website and on the MPS YouTube stream, the links to which may be found on the MPS website on the broadcast page. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la Junta de la Mesa Directiva de las Escuelas Públicas de Milwaukee. Si desea escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor llame al 312-626-6799 e introduzca el número de reunión 832-0725-4267, seguido por el símbolo de número. Luego, introduzca el código 883149, seguido por el símbolo de número. Nuevamente, para escuchar esta reunión en español, llame al 312-626-6799 e introduzca el número de reunión 832-0725-4267, seguido por el símbolo de número. Luego, introduzca el código 883149, seguido por el símbolo de número.
Before we move to our agenda, the chair will ask that we share in a moment of silence to commemorate the passing of the following members of the MPS community. Justin Bynum, an 8th grader from Lincoln Centers of the Arts. Genesis Brown, a K-4 student from Westside Academy. Vanessa Claypool, a program analyst with the Office of the Superintendent. Javante Davis, a former student of Metcalf and Bradley Tech. Myrna Grossman, a retired teacher from Wisconsin Avenue School. Carmen Torres Nans, a retired teacher from Whitman School. If we could have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Each month, the Milwaukee Board of School Directors accept the public's input both at the committee's meetings and through correspondence submitted to the Office of Board Governance. As this is the regular monthly meeting of the board, however, in accordance with board rules, the board will not be taking public comment. Just as a reminder, Robert's Rules of Order dictate that all comments, questions, or requests should be directed to the chair, who will determine the most efficient way to address them. Please be respectful to the democratic process adhered to by the board. For the safety of all and to ensure the good order of the meeting, harassment or intimidation tactics of any kind will not be tolerated. Anyone persisting in disrupting this process will be asked to leave or will be escorted from the meeting and not allowed to return. Anyone ejected from the meeting may continue to listen to the meeting or access the agenda items online. Also, no one other than members of the board, designated staff, and those who have been invited to present or participate in items of business will be allowed on stage before, during, or after meetings of the board and its committees. Finally, for our listening audience, if you wish to access the evening's agenda items and attachments online, you may do so by visiting the meetings, agendas, and minutes page on the MPS website and choosing online agendas. Now let us begin. Madam Secretary, what is our first item of business?
The first item is action on the minutes of the August special and regular meetings of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
If there are no corrections, the minutes will be approved by consensus. Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the superintendent?
Madam President, we have two communications from the superintendent. The monthly report with possible action of the superintendent of schools. This is an informational item, and although it was noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Mr. Galvan, please present your report.
President Herndon, members of the board, Eduardo Galvan, interim superintendent. The third Friday count took place September 20th, and we are now in the process of validating and verifying the data. We have until October 2nd to finalize and confirm the FY25 enrollment figures. As of September 20th, 65,535 students were recorded as attending our schools. Projected count was 65,796. Our enrollment and school social work teams are working diligently to confirm final numbers. We are collaborating with Perkins Eastman to develop a 10-year long-range facilities master plan for the Milwaukee Public Schools, and we invite the public to join us for one of our 6 town hall sessions, 4 in-person and 2 virtual. These sessions provide an opportunity to learn about the plan, ask questions, and engage in discussions about the future of our facilities. During these sessions, participants will review options proposed by Perkins Eastman for the buildings and offer feedback that will shape the plan moving forward. This plan will significantly impact the future of school buildings and student experiences across Milwaukee. The in-person town hall meetings will take place from 5:30 to 7 on Monday, September 30th at Rufus King International High School, Tuesday, October 1st at Parkside School of the Arts, Wednesday, October 2nd at Hamilton High School, and Thursday, October 3rd at James Madison High School. Virtual meetings via Zoom will be held on Monday, October 7th from 12 to 1 p.m. and 5:30 to 6:30. To register, please visit the MPS homepage. This Saturday, we are thrilled to host our highly anticipated high school fair, where students and their parents will come together for a day of exploration, information, and enrollment opportunities. The fair will be held September 28th at South Division High School from 9 a.m. to 12 noon, and promises to be an exciting and informative event for all attendees. This is a valuable opportunity for parents to make an informed decision about their child's high school selection. We designed the event to both be convenient and fun, with staff on hand to answer any questions and guide families through the enrollment process. We strongly encourage 8th grade parents to take full advantage of this event. By enrolling during the fair, parents can secure a spot and increase the chances of receiving their preferred placement. Hispanic Heritage Month began September 15th, celebrating the history, achievements, and contributions of Hispanic American community. MPS' largest celebration will take place on October 12th from 9 to 12 at South Division High School. The free event features the theme La Música que nos une, the music that unites us. Highlights include cultural and educational displays, student performances of music and dance, and performance by the Milwaukee Youth Symphony Orchestra's Steel Pan Band at 11:45. This afternoon, prior to this meeting, I had the opportunity and pleasure of greeting and interacting with this year's Superintendent's Student Advisory Council, commonly referred to as the SSAC. The students were inquisitive, offered insight, and were engaging. I look forward to receiving their feedback on a number of things that we'll be discussing throughout the year, and they will have their opportunity to present to you throughout the year as well. Families are invited to join us for MPS annual Foro Latino event on Saturday, October 5th, a free event offering valuable information and resources for families with special needs children. This event will take place from 8:30 to 1 at South Division High School and will feature such topics as individualized education plans, special education liaisons for families, discipline and bullying, mental health, self-care, and more. Over 25 community agencies will be present, providing helpful resources and allowing families to connect with others experiencing similar needs. We encourage families to not to miss the opportunity to be supported and better informed. I am pleased to close my report this evening with some positive news. After extensive collaboration among the Office of Finance, the Office of Accountability and Efficiency, and the Office of Board Governance, as well as countless hours spent in the Office of Finance resolving validation errors and engaging in numerous meetings with the Department of Public Instruction, I'm happy to inform you that we have successfully completed and received authorization to submit our AIDS certification 1505 AC report. This report, which plays a crucial role in our financial offices, was officially submitted earlier this afternoon. Thank you. This completes my report for September.
Thank you very much. Does the board wish to make any comments? Seeing no hands. Madam Secretary, what is the next communication?
The next communication from the superintendent is action on a request to retire to closed session relative to school resource officers.
This item will be deferred to the end of the meeting. Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the board clerk, chief officer, Office of Board Governance?
Madam President, there are 6 communications from the Office of Board Governance. The first communication is action on a request to retire to closed session to consider the salary range for the superintendent of schools.
We will defer this item to the end of the meeting. Madam Secretary, what is the next communication from the Office of Board Governance?
The second communication from the Office of Board Governance is action on a request to retire to closed session regarding employee personnel matters.
Madam Secretary, we will defer this item to the end of the meeting. Madam Secretary, what is the next communication from the Office of Board Governance?
The third communication from the Office of Board Governance is action on a request to retire to closed session to discuss an employee who disregarded a board directive and legal advice.
This item will also be deferred to the end of the meeting. Madam Secretary, what is the next communication from the Office of Board Governance?
The fourth communication from the Office of Board Governance is action on a request to retire to closed session to confer with legal counsel with respect to pending or probable litigation matters.
This item will be deferred to the end of the meeting. Madam Secretary, what is the next communication from the Office of Board Governance?
The fifth communication from the Office of Board Governance is the monthly report with possible action from the Board Clerk Chief Officer. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would the Office of Board Governance please present this report?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to first invite the HIA search firm, Hazard Young Attia & Associates, to join us up here this evening to share a little bit of a report on the process of finding our next superintendent. So,
thank you very much, and welcome to the HIA Consultant Company.
So as they come up here, as you know, the Office of Board Governance has been working with the board to identify a firm to help us with this search. Hazard Young Attia & Associates is that firm that will be helping us to find a superintendent in time for the start of the next school year. I have with me tonight Mike Ritchie and Pat Neudecker, who are both former superintendents themselves, and I'll let them introduce themselves and tell a little bit about the process.
Well, thank you. My name is Mike Ritchie, and
We'll get the speaker turned on there.
here, let's try it again. Is that better?
Yes,
All
much
right.
better.
My name is Mike Ritchie, and I am a former superintendent, 26 years as a superintendent, all in Wisconsin. I happen to live in Wausau, but I do work for Hazard Young, Tia and Associates, and we are based out of Arlington Heights, Illinois. That's our home office. We have about 130 to 135 associates across the U.S. that we network with to help us with each of our searches. We do about 80 to 100 searches a year, so we're very pleased to be here tonight. We had a great day today with the board interviews, and we're going to walk you through the timeline and a little bit of the process. I'm losing my voice, so Pat is going to take over and kind of walk you through the how we're going to approach your search, but again, we're very excited to help lead this district.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Great, thank you, and thank you for having us. We are very, very excited to be here to work with you, and as Mike said, especially after interviewing and meeting all of you as board members today, we're thrilled to be working with MPS. We look forward to bringing you the very best that you well deserve. I'm Pat Neudecker. I, too, as a former superintendent, I spent half my career in Eau Claire and the last half in Oconomowoc. Still a Wisconsin resident, very supportive of our school systems, and very, very interested in Milwaukee. We thought it might be best this evening to walk you through the timeline as a way of validating with you and also explaining to your public how our process works. Our process, first and foremost, depends a lot on community engagement. So you will see through this timeline that we will be not only interviewing individual board members, but we will be conducting 20 individual interviews with key stakeholders in your community and 24 focus groups online by Zoom, so people can log in at different times of day from their convenience of their home, their work environment, or some public space. So I draw your attention, please, to the calendar that's listed there, the tentative schedule, which has been before you, but we'd like to update it as well. We started our process with you in September when you received our proposal and approved it at your board meeting. From mid through late September and completed today, we've been able to interview all of your board members individually, and we also had the pleasure of meeting your interim superintendent and interviewing him yesterday. I'm testing my eyes here to see if I can surely see that and make sure I have the right copy for you. We are in the process of finalizing the posting for your position. Your position has been, the posting has been looked at by some of your staff as well as our staff to describe your district, the job, and also living in Milwaukee to attract the best candidates from across our nation. We are very ready to post that on our HYA site for advertising. It will also become public and a public document on your website as well. And I believe, thank you, your conversation of setting a salary range will be helpful in us creating that posting. We will be at your board meetings throughout this process to give you a personal update and answer any questions that you might have. Please also know that we are with you 24/7, and anything we can do to help you, we are very, very accessible and willing to do that. We're excited to begin the community engagement process with you, and starting next Friday, an online district-wide survey will be available to all your constituents. I believe the information and the link to participate in that survey over a 3-week period of time in October will be posted on your district website later this week. That survey will be open from October 4th through October 20th. Participants will not be identified by name, but can log in as a category of parent, community member, student, staff, etc. There are 6 categories by which a participant may register themselves. Beginning also throughout October, we'll be creating the schedule of posting the schedule of the online interviews, 24 of them to take place on different days throughout the 3 weeks of October. We've been working very closely with Ms. Owen Moore. She's been tremendous at helping us create schedules, create the advertising, and getting all of your community and your constituents aware of your interest in their input. Simultaneously, we will be recruiting for you. Your position will be posted on the HYA website. We're very proud of the fact that HYA chooses to post all the positions available in the U.S., whether or not we are doing the search. That drives a lot of traffic to our website, and we know that most candidates then will look at HYA website first. Additionally, in addition to that advertising, we are recruiting through our contacts. We have consultants through most of the area across the U.S. We know this is a very large job. It will most likely recruit from talent across multiple states. While that is going on, we will be finishing all of our data entry on the survey as well as the interviews, and from that, we will write a leadership profile report presented to you, the board. That will describe the results from all of the interviews where we ask everybody the same question, and you participated today. What's great about MPS? What story should we all be telling? What are we most proud of? What should we tell your new candidates? Secondly, what are your challenges? All school districts have challenges. What are unique? What are the unique ones for MPS that a new superintendent might want to be aware of? And last, what are the characteristics most desired in your next hire? Many go without saying, good character, integrity, honesty, all the things you spoke of, but what specifically are you looking for in your next hire? That report gets presented to the board in November. That also then becomes a public document, which will be posted to your website as well as our HYA website, which will allow candidates to take a look at the description of your district and what's being looked for. We also use that as a screening tool because we will individually screen and interview all of the candidates. And we will then in November bring to you your leadership profile later in December, bringing you what we call a slate of candidates, most likely 6 to 8 names of people that we believe are the best match for what we heard called for in that leadership profile. We like to reiterate that this 100% is the board's hire. You will see every application. Every application will be made available to you. You will be able to interview anybody from the list of candidates that you choose, but we will do a lot of that legwork for you and screen and compare to your profile and tell you who we think are the best fit. But of course, the decision of who to interview in the first round is exclusively yours. We hope that by then the first round interviews will be taking place on a Saturday in January. Anticipating that many of your candidates may come from across the United States, we figure being able to fly in perhaps on a Friday and spend the weekend here might be advantageous for you as well as them. So that right now is scheduled for Saturday, January 11th. I think if I may, I'd like to remind the public that this process is open and transparent. However, we are bound by some Wisconsin statutes and laws, one being the posting of candidate names. In Wisconsin, 5 or fewer candidates when interviewing for a superintendent position, names must be made available. In the first round of interviews, the slate is usually 6 to 8 people. So we like to remind communities large and small that don't be alarmed if you don't have the names of the first round candidates, because school districts would never put those out as a first round of interviews. By the time the board from that first round of interviews selects their finalists, usually 1 to 3 people, those names will become public. And we will help the school board host a day in the district where those candidates will come. They will meet your constituents from your community. They'll tour some schools. They'll learn a little bit more about you. We also will plan some community sessions to collect some feedback for you as well. Hopefully, if all goes well, the board will be doing your final interviews by the end of January. Then we begin the background check. We use a third-party company, independent firm, to do a very, very exclusive background check for all the obvious reasons. Prior to that, we've done our own screening, our own searches, our own contacts with other professional organizations and media to make sure that we are aware of anything that we should be aware of. We also ask candidates when we screen them if there's anything in their background that we should be aware of that may cast a negative impression on them, on us, or on you as a school district. So we collect that information for you as well. By February, we are all hopeful that you will be able to move forward with hiring after the background checks have been completed, and the position is advertised to begin on July 1st. So that's the schedule. We're excited to say we're hopefully sticking to it. We had a fabulous day today, and I can be very honest and say, as a resident of Wisconsin, I'm excited for Milwaukee. I think this is your next chapter. You do have a lot to be proud of. Most of us in the school business don't do a very good job of telling our story and bragging a little bit, and I do think you have things you can be very proud of. I think this is a job and a position that will attract a superintendent who wants to make a difference. This is a phenomenal opportunity for that in a community and a state that would welcome that. So we hope you are comfortable and trust us in representing you. We're very accessible, and we're very, very excited to be working with you and bringing you the best. I'll let Mike wrap it up.
Yeah, just two other quick comments. A third partner on the search is Carlton Jenkins.
Oh,
He's a
sorry.
retired superintendent from Madison. He will be in district, I believe it's October 9th and 10th, conducting focus groups, so you'll meet Carlton in October. He resides in Alabama right now. And the other comment I wanted to make on the survey, it's very typical that we do the survey. The languages will be in English and Spanish, but in this district, we have an option, and we worked with your communications department. There will be 8 additional languages along with English and Spanish on that survey, so just so you're aware of that as well.
And again, thank you for your trust in us. We're excited, and especially thank you for our new friend Tina, who's on our speed dial. So she's very, very helpful. So thank you.
Any questions for us?
Does any of the board members have questions? Director O'Halloran.
I did ask this, but I just wanted to make sure that I think other people might be curious. At one point, the mayor had expressed interest in participating in the process, and I just wanted to make sure that we've extended an invitation to collect his feedback and engage with him and other stakeholders. So can you just comment on that, please?
Of course we can. Again, working with Tina and making sure, and you too can still add names because we're here through the month of October doing this, but I can vouch for the fact that at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I begin, I believe, with your foundation director. At 10:30, I'll be in your mayor's office, and I believe at 2 or 2:30, I will be with the director of your NAACP. And others to follow, but that schedule will also be posted on your website. It's a live document, so please know when you look at it if there are some spaces. I'll be here next Thursday and Friday. I believe Carlton is here the following week, 2 days, and Mike will be here the following week. So we're still plugging in as many, many people and groups as we can get.
And the other option too, people will be able to email us the same questions that we asked in the focus groups, and that will be on your website. It's an intro to the focus groups. So if people can't make a focus group, but they want to participate, they can certainly send us an email.
Any more? Director Gulgandi.
So you did allude that you met with many of us today. I would love for you just, for our listening audience and the public, to recap what you asked us and maybe some themes that you saw across the board.
Sure. We ask you as board members and everybody we interview the same basic questions. What's great about MPS? What's the story you want told? What are the challenges you're facing? And then what are the attributes and characteristics? I will tell you that in between all of your interviews today, Mike and I looked at each other, what would I say, not in amazement, not that we were surprised, but we were so pleased to meet you as individuals. Your care and your compassion and your dedication to this district showed through in the very, very short time we met you. We will tell you, too, that to have a school board, even if you may have difference of opinion, who appears to be able to work together, respect each other, and serve the children in the community that you do, will be a draw for a superintendent. Because the superintendent walking into a school district of either 500 students or 70,000 like yours, their first question will be, what is the board like? And to know that you are dedicated and passionate and you care about the work that you're doing, at least from our first impression today and learning about you, speaks volumes of who you are. So I hope that captures it, but we had a great day with all of you, so I hope you enjoyed it too.
I can promise you that any serious candidate that is thinking of applying for this job right now is watching this board meeting.
Yeah.
They're going to watch your next board meeting, and they're going to go back and watch your previous board meeting. So they will do their research on the district and the board as well.
Thank you, and thank you again for being here and for the schedule that you've outlined for ourselves and also for the candidates that we expect to meet. So we're ready to get to work.
And we are too. Thank you so
Very
much.
good.
Thank
again.
you.
Thank you.
If it's okay, I'd like to just give a little shout out to one of the people in our office at this moment also. Nita Farrow has been taking on a lot of the budget stuff in the absence of staff, and through her work with our budget has found the resources to make it possible that the board doesn't have to go to the contingency fund or anything to pay for a full superintendent search. So we are going to be able to do that, and it's just one of those above and beyond things that I wanted to shout out. And it's been wonderful working with the HIA people so far, so thank you for your support on that.
Thank you for that information. Want to shout out to Nita and shout out to you for your excellent service. Thank you. Director Garcia.
Yes, I just have a question. I know that, first of all, thank you to the search firm for sharing this very important information. I really hope that our community, feels that we are really being intentional in the way that we are, inviting people into this process. I know that this is going to be a very important decision for us to make, but we are hopefully not going to be doing this in isolation, and that's, one of our main goals. My question in regards to, where this information can be accessed, I know that there was reference into, all of this information is going to be living in our website. Can you just tell us a little bit about how people can navigate our website? Where will that be? Is it going to be in the landing page? What will that look like?
Thank you. That's a great question. We are working with our communications team. Right now on the landing page for the district, there's a small section that says Board of Education, and we'll be using that on the front page of our website as a landing spot for information about the superintendent search. So people will be able to go to that right there and get a link directly to the search process. The survey link will be listed there, and the information about community forums and dates. We've been reaching out to different agencies that have been really active in board meetings here over the past few months and really inviting people to help us both facilitate conversations in the community, in our boardroom, and online and through the survey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any more comments or questions? Madam Secretary, what is the next communication from the Office of Board Governance?
The next communication from the Office of Board Governance is report with possible action on legislative matters concerning Milwaukee Public Schools. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would the Office of Board Governance please present your report? And I see Mr. Thiel come forth, so go ahead, please.
Thank you, President Herndon, members of the board. Chris Thiel, Office of Governmental Relations. Just a quick update with regard to the state budget and the moment we're in that process. We are in that time as we look forward to the next state budget, the next biennial budget, which is going to cover the 2 years of funding for all school districts in the state of Wisconsin, where we are working with our, excuse me, our education partners to push forward the items that we have in the MPS legislative agenda. And as you know, and as we have discussed, one of those primary items is funding special education at least a 90% reimbursement rate. Two things to note here. The last time we spoke, had been informed that the Department of Public Instruction would be coming out with its budget on September 16th. I think they've pushed that back. They've come out with their primary kind of office budget. But as we are looking at two fiscal events, one in October, one in November, we've seen at the tail end of August some sales tax revenue come into the state, $275 million above what had been estimated. And there are year-end reports in October, and then the Department of Revenue in November will put out revenue estimates as they look forward to what the state has available for that upcoming state budget 2-year period. So we would anticipate now that the state superintendent will come out with her budget mid-November or so. So we will provide that update. But importantly, as making sure that students with disabilities in all public schools are supported, we had two events this week that I think shine a light on the fact that the attention on this issue is growing. State Senator Chris Larson held a press conference in South Milwaukee with all of the school districts that he represents and had parents, families, educators, superintendents on stage talking about the fact that, one, we obviously need to support our students with disabilities, but he went further and talked about the fact that we are going to break the record this year for the number of operating referendum that school districts are hoping to pass. And he pointed out that that is happening because of the underfunding from the state, that really we've tipped our funding system on its head. If the state would provide the roof over our heads, over the students' heads, this analogy was used by another superintendent this week, we would not be seeing this process where school districts have to instead go to referendum and kind of patch the roof, right? And the other concern with that is if you're a district that passes that, you're putting that patch there, but we also know that we have neighbors where those referendums sometimes do not pass. And we cannot continue to have this school system statewide of 421 districts where we have and have-nots because the state is not doing what it needs to do. We were up in Madison today for the State of Education speech made by the State Superintendent, Jill Underley, and in her opening remarks, she was very focused and I thought very strong, and made the point that we have more than enough money, in her words. I think there's an article out now quoting her, to fully fund our schools. And as she is looking at all of the items, student mental health, the per pupil funding, funding for students with disabilities, all those areas, she made clear today that her budget will include at least a 60% reimbursement rate for students with disabilities. And we've seen this before, and I think it's very important for, as people who have gone through this process, we're hopeful then that the governor will introduce a budget with that amount as well, if not more. And the language that has been included in past budgets has been on the way to a 90% reimbursement rate. And I just would like to point out that had we done a couple of things in the last budget, we put $255 million into something called a school levy credit. Schools can't use it to fund students. It's a tax credit. And then we had this additional $275 million of additional sales tax revenue come in. If we had used those two pieces of funding and put that towards special education, our reimbursement rate today would already be at 60%. So this is not an issue of not having the money. We could be at 60% today and be talking about moving down that path for 90%. And so our district, a few years back, came forward with that leadership to call on the state to provide that 90% reimbursement. We will continue to push. Wisconsin Public Education Network partners and others are also working with us on that effort. But it's not a matter of, as the state superintendent said, we have more than enough money to do this. We will see these estimates come out in November that tell us what our revenue picture looks like. And we're pleased, and we'd like to thank, again, State Superintendent, Senator Larson, others who are advocating already to make sure that our students are supported. So that's the update for this evening. Happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you very much. Does Director O'Halloran, I won't even finish.
I don't really have a question. I just wanted to add context to that. From 2022, there were 2 points about the special education funding levels. Wisconsin's low reimbursement rate for special education left school districts on the hook for $1.25 billion, forcing them to divert funds intended for general education for all students, and that high poverty districts were forced to divert $1,818 per pupil from their general fund to subsidize the state's underfunding of special education, compared to $1,266 in the lowest poverty districts. And I just want to point that out because sometimes when we talk about funding for special education, people might think that that is an issue that impacts only some students. This impacts every single student across the state in every school. And so this fight isn't just about, trying to get just funding for one, small group of people. This is fighting for every student in this state. It's not just about MPS, it's about every school district in this state. And so I hope people understand that not only is this the moral thing to do, to your point, Mr. Thiel, we have the money. It is a doable thing. And so this is a reasonable request, and I hope that it is treated as such in this budget discussion this year.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? I'd like to pass the gavel, please, to Director Gogol Gandhi.
Sure, President Herndon.
On that issue, I would also like to say that my activities prior to ever getting on the board had to do with me being in Madison and arguing for funding for our students and our special needs students in particular. Another piece of this that I'd like perhaps administration to share is the fact that when we have children in the community that need services that are not students of Milwaukee Public Schools, we do provide the services. And again, we only get reimbursed at 30%, 31% now that they gave us a raise, right? Correct. So we're absorbing an exorbitant amount of financial responsibility that our state legislator doesn't seem to care. And it's not only MPS, it is statewide. And at this point, I would ask Mr. Thiel to share what the number is. I know another approximately 100 school districts throughout the state most recently announced that they're going to referendum in November.
Mr. Thiel?
Thank you. President Herndon, members of the board, correct. President Herndon, to your point, between the spring and this fall, for operational referendum alone, I believe we're looking at a number of questions. We have 421 school districts in the state, and there will be, I think it's around 145 operational referendum questions. And to make clear what an operational referendum is, that is to make sure that students have teachers, to make sure that we can keep the lights on, to pay staff, just to operate a school district. And the previous record was 92 in a year. We're going to see about 145 questions this year. We're going to see over 200 questions when it comes to operational referendum and facilities and other types of referendums where a school district may ask to help for the community to help with building a new building or adding an addition, what have you. But to your point, that really key issue is the state has a constitutional responsibility to provide a sound basic education for students. School districts are being forced to go to referendum because students are being underfunded, despite the fact that we have, right now we're looking in the neighborhood of $5 billion, if you include the rainy day fund, of surplus sitting on a shelf in Madison. That number could grow by the time we see the November estimates. So again, to Director O'Halloran's point, this is not an issue of ability to do the right thing. This is a policy decision. And we really need everybody's support. And we've got a lot of strong support already, but the more that we can emphasize this issue, and again, to Director O'Halloran's point, at the press conference that Senator Larson held, there was a family who testified or who made a statement who had a student with a disability, and the mother made the point that this is for all kids. It's for her student, but the fact that this funding issue exists is having an impact on every public school student in the state of Wisconsin, and she did that very eloquently.
President Herndon.
That's it for me. I'll take the gavel back. Thank you very much. I see people coming to the stage. I wondered if administration had something to say. In the meantime, Director Garcia.
Yes, I just wanted to add that in this past spring, there was 103 referendum questions, so that's in addition to the 145, correct?
Correct, President Herndon and Director Garcia, correct. And I want to make, again, this is clear, there are those operating referendum, so all told, there are 145. And then there are over 200 referendum total. So when that reference of 103 in the spring, I think that was a combination of operating and other types of referendum.
Right. And I just bring that up just to, when we're talking about just the financial burden on school systems because of the disparity in funding models that we have. So thank you, Director O'Halloran, just to connect the dots as to it's not just impacting a specific population of students, but it really trickles into all aspects of how a school district can really plan for adequately serving all students. So we are in a moment of crisis, I think, around this topic. So thank you for the work that you're doing to kind of move this agenda forward and let us know how we can be of support.
Thank you. Administration.
President Herndon, members of the board, to your question regarding students who require special ed services. So when a student or a parent comes to us and wants an evaluation for possible need of services, we are obligated to do that whether or not that student attends our schools or not. And then depending upon the wishes of the parent and the ability of the other school, wherever that be, to deliver those services, we also in many cases have to deliver those services. If there's anything additional, Dr. Pinter.
President Herndon, members of the board, Travis Pinter, Senior Director of Specialized Services. Just to echo what Mr. Galvan said and just sort of emphasize the points made by Mr. Thiel as well. We do have a large financial obligation that extends to private schools as well. So when, through our Child Find, we're obligated, when referrals come in for students that are in private schools but within the city of Milwaukee, we are conducting those referrals, and if we find the students are eligible, as has often been said as well, we often are providing services, but even for students that are in private schools, when their 3-year reevaluations come up, we are doing those as well. So students that are not attending our school system, but the private schools are well aware to contact us when we're up for the 3-year reevals, and we are providing further testing, and then they go back to the school. So you can imagine how much time and money that takes.
Thank you very much. Are there any more questions or comments at this time? With that, Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item, there is one communication from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency. The first report is the monthly report with possible action on activities within the Office of Accountability and Efficiency. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would the Office of Accountability and Efficiency please present this report?
Thank you, Chair Herndon. Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. That report is before you. Just a couple of quick updates. The first one's related to the corrective action plan. It was brought to my attention that the website, specifically our OAE homepage that produces the monthly updates, hadn't been updated. So I thank you to the administration's comm team that has now been updated. The progress that is available there is through August 20th. When we complete the month of September, that additional progress update will be presented the first week of October. Secondly, as it relates to progress, Mr. Galvan had shared that a milestone had been achieved today related to the production and the submission of our aid certification data. I just want to give a shout out to Mr. Galvan, to the new CFO, Aicha Sava. Those are good milestone wins to have under the new leadership. I also want to recognize the staff that have been elevated under the flexibility that the board had offered under the cap to both Kim Callies and Omar Abdullah, and to their teams who are helping to move the work with the deadlines we have. Thirdly, I want to thank DPI for their continued assistance and support. They've been available every time we've picked up the call to help overcome some compounding challenges that we have run into as we unpack the deficiencies that we inherited. Beyond that, the current progress as it relates to the 23 audited financial statements, there was an initial under the cap date of delivery of September the 13th. I had shared previously that as we onboarded Clifton Larson Allen CLA, the outside accounting and auditing firm to assist with that, it introduced about a 4-week delay in terms of getting their contracting and their onboarding, so that moved that date out. Now, there's still progress continuing to be made, but that is what introduced some of the lag that I had shared with the board previously. So we'll continue to move the progress forward, but that is essentially the contributing factor to that missed deadline. At that point, I think that's all the cap updates that I have. I'm going to have my chief auditor provide the audit update for the month.
Go ahead, please.
Good evening, President Herndon, members of the board. Paul Geib, Chief Auditor, OAE Audit Services. Just wanted to highlight a couple of other items with regard to the corrective action plan. We have done outreach. We do have commitments from Mayor's office to serve on the audit committee, as well as the Comptroller's office. And we have a commitment from the Wisconsin Policy Forum as well, to have individuals serve in an ex officio role. We did provide the city attorney's office with board rule updates, as well as roles, responsibilities, and functions of the committee, and we're awaiting their review. Another item that I wanted to highlight is that I did have a chance finally to meet with your newer board clerk, Dr. Owen Moore. And we did have a nice discussion about audit activities, audit roles, audit policy, and I look forward to working with Dr. Owen Moore. With regard to a couple other quick items, we are working with the procurement department, developing an RFP for the next year-end audit, or that'll be coming up probably in December. And then finally, just wanted to mention that we're looking forward to Governor Evers' auditors coming in and providing them with full cooperation and assistance as well. That's all I have. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Do board members have questions or comments? Director Leonard.
Do we know when those governor's audits are going to be coming in? Do we have like a timeline?
President Herndon, Director Leonard, members of the board, reached out to Governor Evers' contact, and really still awaiting kind of a sense of when that's going to happen. It was supposed to initially happen the end of the summer, but now we're into the middle of September-ish, end of September. And I know that they want to follow that with an academic audit. They do have 2 different firms selected for those 2 audits, but I have not gotten confirmation on when they're starting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, what is the next item?
The next item is action on reports of the independent hearing officers of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors, student expulsions.
The chair will entertain a motion to accept, modify, or reject the reports of the independent hearing officers of the dates and times listed in our agenda. Director O'Halloran.
I move approval of the 2 reports of the independent hearing officers from the following dates and times as attached.
A second, please, by Director Gandhi.
Second.
Will the secretary please call the roll?
On Director O'Halloran's motion to approve the reports of the independent hearing officers, Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi,
Aye.
Director Leonard,
Aye.
Director O'Halloran,
Aye.
Director Seamson,
Aye.
Director Zomber,
Aye.
and President Herndon.
Aye.
That is 7 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you. We will now have the reports of the standing committees. Since public hearings was held at the committee meetings, the board, as is customary, will not be giving public hearing on these reports this evening. Madam Secretary, what is the first report?
The first report is that of the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel. There are 2 items from this report that have been set aside. Item 6, action on the award of exception to bid contracts, and Item 8, action on the closure of South Accelerated Academy and Vincent Accelerated Academy, have both been advanced to the board without a recommendation.
Thank you. Do any board members wish any other items to be set aside? Okay, seeing none, Madam Secretary, what is the next report?
Report of the Committee on Parent and Community Engagement. No items of this report have been set aside for separate consideration.
Do any board members wish any items to be set aside? Madam Secretary, what is the next report?
Report of the Committee on Student Achievement and School Innovation. No items of this report have been set aside for separate consideration.
Do any board members wish any items to be set aside in this item? Okay, seeing none, Madam Secretary, what is the next report?
Report of the Committee on Legislation, Rules, and Policies. No items of this report have been set aside for separate consideration.
Do any board members wish any items to be set aside? Then with that, may I have a motion to approve the balance of the committee's reports?
I move approval of the balance of the committee's reports.
Thank you. A second, please.
I second that.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Gokul Gandhi's motion to approve the balance of the reports of the standing committees, Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi,
Aye.
Director Leonard,
Aye.
Director O'Halloran,
Aye.
Director Seamson,
Aye.
Director Zomber,
Aye.
President Herndon.
Aye.
That is 7 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you. Before we continue with our agenda, on behalf of the board, the chair wishes to congratulate all individuals who were presented for appointment, promotion, reassignment, or reclassification. We appreciate your dedication to the MPS community, and we wish you success in your new role. Let's share a round of applause to welcome our new appointees. Thank you. Madam Secretary, what is the first item set aside?
The first item set aside is from the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel. Item 6, action on the award of exception to bid contracts. The administration recommended approval of the exception to bid contracts as presented in the attachments. Your committee has forwarded this item without a recommendation.
Does the administration have any additional information to present on this item?
President Herndon, members of the board, the committee had asked for some additional information, and Janina Damchek is here to provide that addition.
Go ahead, please.
President Herndon, members of the board, Janina Damchik, Director of Procurement and Risk Management. The board had requested at the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel that we update the scope in the extension, which we have done, and that is before you. So hopefully that will meet your requirements. I believe it's very detailed, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do board members have questions or comments? Director Zomber.
Thank you, President Herndon. Since I was the one that made the motion, just for the additional information, I just want to thank the administration for clarifying the scope of services. I think the attachment is very detailed and helpful for our decision to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else with comments or questions? Does the administration have the additional information that you wish to present at this time? Other than the posting, I think we're good. And if we're good, then what is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director Zomber.
I move approval on the award of the exception to bid contracts as attached to the agenda.
A second, please. Director Leonard.
I second.
Madam Secretary.
On Director Zomber's motion to approve the award of the exception to bid contracts as listed in the attachment, Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Zomber.
Aye.
President Herndon.
Aye.
That is 7 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, what is the next item set aside?
The next item set aside is also from the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel. Item 8, action on the closure of South Accelerated Academy and Vincent Accelerated Academy. The administration has recommended that the board approve the closure of South Accelerated Academy and Vincent Accelerated Academy, effective at the third Friday reassignment date for the 24-25 school year. Your committee has forwarded this item without a recommendation.
Thank you. Does the administration have any additional information to present to the board tonight?
President Herndon, members of the board, at the committee, it was requested some additional information regarding attendance and other items, and the team is here to share that information with you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, President Herndon, members of the board. My name is Jennifer Smith, Regional Superintendent for the High School Region. As was presented to the AF&P Committee, the administration recommended closing the accelerated academies at Vincent and South Division with the goal of better serving the students assigned within the competency programs in the traditional school settings at Vincent and South Division. If I could briefly summarize the data shared last week related to the academies, we have not found that the accelerated academies serve the purpose of supporting students with credit deficiency and/or attendance concerns as originally intended in the 2017 resolution. It is our hope that by welcoming students back to the traditional school setting but continuing in their current competency curriculum on a half-day schedule, students would be further supported by access to counselors, school social workers, psychologists, as well as the many social supports afforded to students at Vincent and South Division. Returning to their original school placement would allow students to be involved in sports, academic activities, stay after school for tutoring, attend dances and pep rallies, and enjoy the social and academic supports of their peers. The data shared at the AF&P Committee, as well as the additional attendance data shared requested by the committee, shows that while some individual students have improved attendance at the accelerated academies, their increases are not at the same level as the average attendance for their traditional school settings. This is true comparing the attendance of South Accelerated to South Division, Vincent Accelerated to Vincent, and both accelerated academies to the high school attendance data as a whole. It was also noted in the AF&P presentation that the staff at the accelerated academies could be more effectively used to reduce class sizes at South, Vincent, or other traditional school settings. The academies are currently budgeted for a total of 8 teacher positions. These 8 staff members serve a student population of approximately 100 students at the 2 accelerated academies combined. In a traditional high school setting, 8 teachers could support over 1,000 students daily in a schedule. With the strategic plan goal of right-sizing the district, we feel that these staff members could be more effective in a traditional school setting through the staff reassignment process. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Hill to speak more about the competency curriculum used.
President Herndon, members of the committee, John Hill, Director of College Career Readiness. The competency-based program is directly supervised and supported by the Department of College and Career Readiness. To be part of the competency program, students must be at least 17 years old, a year behind in credits as determined by a school counselor, with a minimum 4.5 reading level. Students become eligible for graduation as soon as their final requirements are completed. Once all requirements are met, the final completion date is entered into our student information system, and students will be scheduled to participate in the nearest upcoming graduation ceremony. Competency-based students must complete the intake process, which outlines program requirements. For special education students, an IEP meeting must also be held prior to placement. The intake process requires signatures from the student, parent, and administrator to ensure all parties are informed and in agreement on their placement in the competency program. The competency teachers meet throughout the year as a professional learning community, and they receive specific professional development in the area of alternative education and share best practices and lessons amongst each other. Competency-based program teachers upload students' portfolio cover page, which includes the standards covered for each subject and the description of evidence that was used to meet the standard, to ensure that all students are well prepared upon graduation. Students, as was mentioned before, in the competency-based program are part of the traditional school community, giving them a greater sense of belonging. The student's transcript bears the name of the traditional school they are part of. Students in the competency-based program graduation data also supports and elevates the graduation rate of the traditional school. Want to note there was a little confusion about the school locations last time. Students will remain in the same school building at the same address. Additionally, students may remain in school until the age of 21. Compulsory education goes until 18. The law allows students, both regular and those with special needs, to stay until the semester they turn 21. It is for these reasons that we bring the recommendation of closing the accelerated academies at a date of the third Friday adjustment for teachers, October 22nd. Dr. Smith, Dr. Collins, and I are able to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Are there any questions or comments by committee? Director Garcia.
Thank you for that information. My question is in regard just to share with the audience and our listening audience and for us, the board, if you can just speak a little bit as to, you know, in the history since 2017 to, let's say, last school year, can you just walk through any of the, I guess, pivots from I don't know, like what we have done to try to address the issues of, you know, retention of attendance, you know, all of the indicators that we're using right now to determine whether or not this was successful, you know, just because I think it's important for everyone to hear what steps have been taken before the decision or recommendation to do a closure.
Administration.
President Herndon, members of the committee, Jennifer Smith, Regional Superintendent. So the initial creation of the accelerated academies was in 2017. At the end of the 18-19 school year, we came back to the board with an update. It was at that point that we put in place the use of the competency curriculum within the accelerated academies to standardize the way that we were providing instruction to students, to make sure that we had in place the structures needed for students to demonstrate, as Dr. Hill mentioned, that evidence of learning, and that is standardized across the district. We also put into place, and I'm not sure on the year, but I think right after COVID, the testing to ensure that the students who enter the accelerated academies, similar to the students that enter the competency program, must test with a reading score of a 4.5 grade level to ensure that those students are prepared to access the curriculum. We don't want to set any students up for failure, but it is also with that reading test that we are able to direct students with a 9.0 grade point, not grade point average, reading level to the GED program as well. So we began using that reading score to direct students to the program that would be most appropriate for their on-time graduation. Throughout the years, we've offered professional development to all teachers using the competency-based curriculum, which did include the accelerated academies.
I just have one more follow-up.
Go ahead, please.
I know that we are utilizing metrics of like, attendance, like I've seen the presentation and the charts that have been made. Were there any like conversations or data points collected from the students who would be impacted by the closure?
Administration.
President Herndon, Director Garcia, there were not.
Well, thank you for that. I think that that's a critically important voice that we're missing.
Director Leonard.
So I did visit Vincent, and we did definitely talk to probably 2/3 of the students that were in the classroom. First of all, in good conscience, I've worked with these groups of students before over the course of my career, the Juvenile Detention Center and at the CATC. These specialized programs are unique in offering them opportunities that will give them a chance to go beyond that level, and putting them into the regular population, as it's stated, is just not, to me, a sufficient reason to end that program. I just don't see that being what we are about. We know that the more things that we offer our students, the more opportunities to advance and move forward will give them the greater opportunity down the road when they graduate and have a lot more skills that follow through with it. So I can't, in good conscience, ever think that I would shut down these types of programs. Right sizing, yep, this would be something that would do with right sizing, but that's not going to be sufficient for me. I cannot do it. There's no way I could vote for something like this. And I have to add the fact that this came up on us so quick. So we're going to do this by Third Friday, which is tomorrow. I just don't find that to be any way enough time for parents and students to be able to gear up and switch gears to go up into the other classrooms, go into the GED classrooms, or basically, as talking to many of these students, they said, I'm not sure if I'm going to show up anymore. This is a lifesaver for me. This is where I come. I feel safe here. I can work here. I can succeed here. So when I hear those kind of comments from almost every student that I spoke to, I'm sorry. I'm going to stand on their side on this one. Thank you.
Director Zomber.
Thank you, President Herndon. First I want to share, we've received a number of communications. I went with Director Leonard to the Vincent Accelerated Academy. One of the communications we got, there was a couple sentences that just said, last-minute decisions are not fair for us. I just enrolled a few weeks ago, and I think that really sums up how not fair this was, and I absolutely agree with that student. I don't think this was well thought out. This item should have never made it onto the agenda without input from students and staff. I'm not going to be supporting a closure of the program. I'm not convinced it's what's best for the students. I don't know the attendance data that we requested. I didn't receive additional information in my email. I'm sorry if I missed something. Did it come today?
Yes, something came out this afternoon, so you should.
Okay. So I've been in meetings, so we need that stuff, and we need the public to be able to see it as well, not just us, because this is a community decision. This isn't just a board decision. So I'm not convinced this is what's best for students. I'm not convinced that there's a different plan in place for every single student in the Accelerated Academy to provide them with a better opportunity than what they're currently receiving. I appreciate that the Accelerated Academy does provide a smaller, quiet environment with more one-on-one attention. And I think, in the future, if we're looking at, changing programming or schools, the process is very important. and staff input has to be a part of it. We shouldn't have to make a policy, but maybe we do need a policy about that. I think it's common sense. And so, yeah, I just disappointed with how this came out, and I think we should, quite frankly, apologize to the students and staff at that school. It should have never happened like this.
Thank you. Director O'Halloran.
I just wanted to make a comment on the attendance because one of the counselors, we did receive a lot of testimony about this very unpopular decision that were, recommendation that was brought to us. But one of the counselors from South also pointed out that while in comparison to traditional high schools, the Accelerated Academy may have lower attendance rates, but you're not comparing apples to oranges, or apples to apples, I guess I should say. You're comparing apples to oranges, and it would be a more fair comparison to compare them to other alternative schools and competency classrooms. And based on that, if you have the Accelerated Academy at South at 67%, comparing them to two other schools, one was 51%, one was 59%. So, you're already setting them up. I think you're presenting data that makes a strong, compelling case for administration's recommendation, but I think there are other ways to present the data and look at it, and it sounds like, in fact, they're actually doing a better job than some of the alternative education peers. So I don't think I can support this decision, but I will I don't know if administration would like to respond to that or not.
Administration.
Director O'Halloran, President Herndon, members of the committee. I do want to point out neither South nor Vincent has a competency program in their building. So quite literally, would be the same experience for the students. And we looked at this in the very same manner as you're taking your math class second period versus third period. So they would be literally receiving the same curriculum, potentially from the same teacher, but in a different classroom within the building. So the length of instruction would be the same, the building would be the same, but the classroom might be different. So one of the reasons we were not going out to talk to students is because we don't want to say to a student something's going away if it's not. So it did kind of present a predicament there, but when we look at what the competency-based alternative program is next to the Accelerated Academies, instructionally and curricularly, and in terms of length of time and location, it will be the same. The difference is that there is probably greater oversight with the alternative program because we do have a staff member in our department dedicated to alternative programs. So I just want to point that out as you weigh your decision.
Thank you. Director Gokul Gandhi.
Well, first, Dr. Hill, I think you can ask questions to students by just gathering qualitative data. We don't have to say this is going away, and that's why I'm asking you these questions, right? It can just be an assessment of what's happening here, how are you feeling? So I think that's a disservice to our kids to put it in that binary. I guess I would like to understand, when did these conversations start from an administrative perspective? Why weren't the students and the staff consulted? When was the decision made, and when were our stakeholders made aware that the decision was made? Because to Director Zomber's point, it sounds like this was a surprise to many people, and so I just want to understand process-wise, why did we find out at a meeting after Third Friday?
Administration.
President Herndon, members of the committee, this came up earlier before this current administration as a possibility, and then it came up again late August, mid-August, as, a probability to bring this forward with the data and present it as such.
Follow up.
We just have to stop doing work this way. We continue to get hammered in the community again and again and again for this exact process. If we are not going to capitalize on doing things differently from what we've learned, then we're going to be in the same situation over and over again. I really am appealing to you that moving forward, if we have decisions like this, we need to consider all of the people and parties impacted and give them a long runway. If I was a student who picked a program and 2 weeks later you're telling me, good luck, we also have to think of the unintended consequences of what does that then do to a student and their family. And I'm happy to listen and look at data and think about something in a long runway process where people have the time to process their emotions, understand where we are, and then move forward. But this is just not the right way to do things. And I am feeling really disappointed. And you're right, Director Zomber, we should apologize to the students and the staff because it's disrespectful to the people that we serve.
Thank you. Are there any more comments or remarks? I'll pass the gavel to Director Gokul Gandhi.
Yes, President Herndon.
I was very shocked and surprised by this. I think we as a board were blindsided. We had no idea. It hurts me even more when I even see some of the people at Vincent that over the years I've worked with very, very closely, and not to have known this. So I do apologize to you as well, because I had no idea. And I know, putting myself in these students' place, I would be distraught under those particular circumstances. I would be distraught. In addition to that, there's a lot of other things that are worthy of discussion on this topic that I don't want to get into. We've got a long evening, but suffice it to say that I think I can speak for this entire board when our primary concern is our youth and our students. And even though some of you maybe are 18 or 19, I want to see you be as successful as most of us sitting on this stage. I want you to have every opportunity that I had as an MPS student from elementary through high school. And that's why I work so hard. In my work, even when I wasn't on the board, I was out there fighting for Milwaukee Public Schools and the students therein. So with that, my sermon is going to end. I'm going to move forward and ask Madam Secretary, pass it back. Madam Secretary?
I think are you looking for a motion?
I am looking for a motion.
I believe the proper motion might be, based on what I'm hearing, to place this item on file, but we would need someone, if you would like to not move this forward at this moment.
Director Garcia.
I'd like to place this item on file.
Thank you. A second by Director O'Halloran.
On Director Garcia's motion to place this item on file, Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi,
Aye.
Director Leonard,
Aye.
Director O'Halloran,
Aye.
Director Seamson,
Aye.
Director Zomber,
Aye.
President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, are there any items of regular business?
Yes, there are 2 items of regular business. Reports of board delegates. There are no reports to be reported at this moment.
Do any of our delegates have anything they wish to report? Oh, Director O'Halloran.
I just submitted my report for CISA 1. We met in August and September, and the August meeting minutes will be uploaded to the website in short order.
Any more reports? Director Garcia.
I am waiting for the minutes for the WASB board meeting that happened September 7th, so those will be shared and uploaded hopefully soon.
Director Seamson.
The same is true for the report for the minutes from the Milwaukee Public Library Board, which the meeting was held this week, so we will upload those as well.
Thank you. Are there any more? Okay. That's it with the reports. Madam Secretary, what is the next item of regular business?
Monthly report of the President of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors. Item 2 is the monthly report of the President of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
Thank you. This has been an extremely busy month for me. First of all, we've completed our first month, pretty much, of the 24-25 school year. We celebrated the first day of school at South Division High School, welcoming the students and staff on the red carpet. In addition, we were so honored to have been joined in this endeavor by Governor Tony Evers, Senator Tammy Baldwin, Dr. Jill Underly, State Superintendent, along with other elected officials. After that, Interim Superintendent Galvan and his administrative staff and I then traveled to Kluge Elementary. Principal Willingham, staff, and students were already hard at work on their first day of school and were very welcoming. I'm delighted to share many additional highlights of my activities for the month. However, it's extensive, and I prefer that you read it. It has been posted on the portal, and I will not review it, but suffice it to say for our listening community that you really need to look at it. There's some important information on there for you, especially regarding this Saturday, where the parents of 8th graders should not miss the opportunity to take their students that are looking for a high school at the high school enrollment fair for next year. So it's on Saturday, 9 a.m. to noon at South Division High School, and make sure you get your 8th graders there to enroll your student for the fall. And with that, Madam Secretary, that's it for my report. Is there any unfinished business before the board at this time?
Madam President, we have no items of unfinished business.
Madam Secretary, are there any items of new business for referral to committee?
No, Madam President, we have no items of new business.
Madam Secretary, are there any communications for referral to committee?
No, Madam President, we have no communications.
Madam Secretary, are there any resolutions for referral?
No, Madam President, we have no resolutions for referral.
Madam Secretary, what is the next item on our agenda?
Madam Chair, we are back to the items that were previously deferred. All items were noticed for possible closed session.
Madam Secretary, would you please remind us of those items?
Yes, Madam President, those items are action on a request to retire to closed session relative to school resource officers, action on a request to retire to closed session to consider the salary range for the superintendent of schools, action on a request to retire to closed session regarding employee personnel matters, action on a request to retire to closed session to discuss an employee who disregarded a board directive and legal advice, action on a request to retire to closed session to confer with legal counsel with respect to pending or probable litigation matters.
At this time, I will accept a motion to consider these items in one closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85 paren 1, paren B, paren C, paren D, paren F, and G. May I have a motion, please? Director O'Halloran.
I move we retire to consider all of the items as addressed in one closed session pursuant to many state statutes.
And we need a second. Director Gokul Gandhi.
Second.
At this time, Madam Secretary, you have to call the roll. I'm
Yes.
sorry, I'm jumping.
Yes, I do. On Director O'Halloran's motion to retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85, parent 1, parent B, parent C, parent D, parent F, and parent G for consideration of school resource officers, consideration of the salary range for the superintendent of schools, consideration of employee personnel matters, discussion of an employee who disregarded a board directive and legal advice, conferring with legal counsel with respect to pending or probable litigation matters. Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Zomber.
Aye.
President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, the motion passes.
At this time, the board will retire to a closed session to consider the items previously announced by our secretary. The board may return to open session to take action on matters discussed in closed session. Otherwise, the board will adjourn from closed session. Madam Secretary, please note the time. Madam Secretary, what is the next question before us?
On the question of the salary range for the superintendent of schools.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Do we have a motion?
Oh, the motion, I'm sorry. It's late. Could I have a motion from Director O'Halloran?
Yes, I move that the board approve a salary range for the superintendent of schools of $275,000 to $350,000 for the upcoming search.
Could we have a second, please? Director Simpson.
I second that.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director O'Halloran's motion to approve a salary range of $275,000 to $350,000 a year for the superintendent of schools, for the upcoming superintendent of schools, Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi,
Aye.
Director Leonard,
Aye.
Director O'Halloran,
Aye.
Director Simpson,
Aye.
Director Zomber,
Aye.
President Herndon.
Aye.
That is 7 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, are there any other items of business on our agenda?
Madam President, that was the last item on our agenda.
There being no further business before the board, this meeting is adjourned.